Okay. Okay. 1 second. I hit start streaming on OBS and it said, no, you can't start streaming from OBS. And I'm like, what do you mean you can't start streaming from OBS? I'm sitting here streaming from OBS, or am I not? They're like oh god, YouTube. Okay, make sure that didn't mess up and somehow go live too early. No, okay. How the fuck did that happen? Oh well. To begin today's issue number 1. I seem to have accidentally ran out of a coal supply. Oops. So, we're going to need to kick this thing back on, which means I need to disconnect the power supply for the rest of the factory. So, yeah, that's why there's no intro, because things got a little funky and I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Okay, so, I see what has happened here. Oops. So, yeah, it turns out perhaps things weren't, connected like they should be. Do that for now. Yeah, that didn't have power like it should. Okay, so that means my main power is offline, yes? Can I kick this on and get this running for no good reason? Okay. So yeah, power is unfortunately out because I made a whoopsie-daisy. This is already starting well. This is already starting off so well. What the fuck have I done? So since I don't have a proper power supply line set up yet, these are going to have to get cut from there. And we're going to have to run the entirety of certain things off these here. So kick this back on. Still kicks off. Does not need water. Okay. Let's try this again. It should be completely disconnected. Yes. Capacity production. Okay. This is why I need power switch and all that good stuff. So this should be running again, yes. I need to redo all my power lines. The power lines have gotten stupid. Go! Go, oh power rocks, go! Be consumed in the name of science and expansion and industrialization. Capitalism ho. Alright. So all of that should be good, which means we can probably kick these back on now. I didn't mean to climb that. Okay. These are running again. Okay. Which means we can then just put all of this back on. Oh yeah, that kicked that off. Okay, that's fine. We're going to need this to run for a moment, though, so that it can reconnect everything properly. And then, once it has plenty of fuel saved up, I need to go through and redo my entire power network. Okay. Kick. Yeah. Okay. So that should be good. Everything running, and I should be able to just flip these off, yes? Okay. Okay, backup power is now flipped off. Everything is running, should be. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I really need to rework the power supply lines and various other little things like that, but... What have I done? And why has it done that? Power cut. Meaning there wasn't enough supply of coal. Okay. It needs enough coal to actually supply everything. Everything was getting coal, right? Water, coal, water, coal, water, coal. Click. Max consumption, production capacity. This isn't correct. Okay, my entire lines are fucked. I don't know what's gotten disconnected now. That is running up there, yes. That thumbnail is proving more correct now than I wanted it to. I don't think I get a choice. I think I have to redo my entire power network now. Okay. Well then. Why did that happen? That's not connected, is it? Max production capacity immediately died here for some reason. Okay. 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 I am going to have to go through and redo my entire network. I see. That is going to be a problem. Alright, let's get this going. I'm gonna have to do this anyways. Eventually. Are these fine? Cut this. Yeah, we're just gonna cut everything and rework the power supply network. I had gotten slightly over the amount that I wanted to be able to hold. But now it's clear that this is going to have to be different. I think everything down this way is already properly connected and working fine. At least as fine as it can be for what I have set up. I should double check it though. Eventually I'll need to come back down here and rework some of this so that it looks better, but for now its primary existence is for water production. That connects there to there to there to there. This connects to these two there, down to there, blah, 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 blah. Okay. None of this necessarily needs to be changed. Hello, weird bird. Then over here, we have this tower. I really need to be using these more too. Just don't know where I can put one of those right now. I was hoping to have a better supply of this kind of stuff ready a lot earlier, but we ran into an issue where I needed to be producing certain things more than I was. And now I've hit the point where it's become a problem. So if I can run one of these all the way down this way somehow. Problem is, for a straight line, that would be in the middle of the road, and that would not work. Yeah. This might be a bit of a problem. Wire too long. Okay. Can I put it, like, here and it work? I don't like the way that looks. Okay. So the wiring over here is something that'll be reworked whenever I finish building that. For now, let's follow this line and see where it goes. Ends here, goes across to there. This powers that and goes down here to there to down there to be able to get the Samsonite. Click, click, click. This needs to go. This is no longer needed here. I had plans to rework some of this anyways on the interior, so... see here, across the road to here. This can be altered. Especially whenever I get to completing this set of the road, which will go down to here and then go off over that way. Okay. Okay. Alright. This will also need to be altered eventually, but... we're not really using any of this, so we might as well also get rid of that. It's not like that wasn't producing enough of that stuff to last us a while anyways. Okay. Click that. 3 iron plates. Okay. I really should rework the way that these are lined, aren't they? Do I really want to do that? To center them along? Yes, I do. Okay. The road here is more or less done, so it doesn't really need me to do anything. That will go there. Road continue. Dot. Okay. Here, let's get this set. Where's the materials? Swap mode, lock hologram, build mode, zoop, quick switch, build menu. Oh, we can do it here. Okay, concrete, asphalt. Doot doot. Doot doot. Doot doot. And then that. Okay. Then let's see, switch us back to the concrete. Set this here. Okay. Then we can... Bip. Bip. Remove this. Doot 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 doot. Doot doot. Doot. Okay. How's this hooked up? Does this look fine? Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Okay. Alright. Eventually I will want street lights to actually be able to see what I'm doing in certain spots of the place, but... okay. 1 second. Nyeh. Was on my foot. Die! Stupid insect. Okay. God, I hate the way this is looking. But there's really not a lot I can do with it. Without tearing down the entire thing. Okay. That looks fine. All right. I have not used this blueprinter once. I might as well put it somewhere else and use it later. With the fact that I've not used it at all. Oh, I see. Your existence, it annoys me. Concrete foundation. I'm not, well, I really don't like the way that looks. Don't need to move that again. I know that much. Damn it. Okay. Well, fuck, I guess. It's not perfectly aligned. That's a problem. But they are centered, so I can ignore it for now. That's an acceptable deviation. Let's see, yeah. Okay. Eventually, I will want to run the tall ones up here and around, but at that point, I'm probably going to do some reworks of this anyways. Okay. What do I use this area for? I can push back some of the storage boxes I've been using. Yeah. Here, let's push back storage over here a little bit. What's this? Just put all of that in there because it's not necessarily useful to me at the moment. I mean, there is a use for it, but that's a later problem. Oh yeah, I need to be shoving some stuff into our interdimensional depot. I've been ignoring this far too long. This entire area is just ever so slightly annoying. Yeah, okay. Do I expand the ramp? Realistically, I should move the power production somewhere else too. Realistically, but check this. Out of steel. There are leaves in there. I don't know why. I legitimately don't know how those got in there. Shove those. Forced concrete is low. There's some more of that in there. Wires over half. Modular frames. We can store another stack in there. Alright. Oh yeah, and I need to dump the rest of this into the space elevator stuff. Here we go. Oh yeah, I guess I should set up another shredder over here too. Fact, I'm kind of considering maybe I move all of that up to here somewhere so it's out of the way and I can start like redesigning this, because I kind of want to enclose this a little bit. The plan eventually I have for here is to surround it and then just keep this open area as just like a nature piece, because I want to do that. Did it already eat all of it? Cool. So once we're done with phase 2, I've been very slowly building up the rest of the factory. A lot of it is just a matter of, yeah, I just need to actually get around to it eventually, but haven't. Part of what I've been doing is building decoration a lot. And then just like letting stuff build up that I need for the other stuff. I don't feel like hyper expanding to make it go faster more than I want to building. This connects there. Fancy. Okay. If you're wondering what's up with this building's appearance, it's kinda not finished in far as there is supposed to be more to it that I just haven't built. Realistically, what I should do is put along both sides of this staircases and turn this into a road. Which I think is part of what the plan was to begin with. Is that this will become a road that eventually like snakes off down over that way somewhere. And to just have like the walkway alongside it. Kind of the way that I have the road segment over there done. It must grow. It must grow, yes. But as far as things are going right now, it's a process that will grow in due time. Because I have stuff set up, it just needs to actually get to the point where it is being done. Part of why this has been so fucking annoying to deal with right now. Could I set this down up there somewhere? And just connect it over that way? That would really help. Space elevator is kinda in the way. Although I could just rip this up and, like, put it here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's remove this. This doesn't need to be here anymore. Valid aim location. You are an invalid aim location. Yeah. With platform. Yeah. Mind you, that bridge over there isn't like a permanent thing either. Power connect. That's fine. And power connect there. Yeah. The main problem is I don't want to move the power even further away from the coal source that's been using it. Oh, this is literally a normal storage box. Okay. It's not perfectly aligned, but eventually I will move the space elevator anyways. Like, there's only a certain part of the factory that I'd consider more or less permanent, and that's the decorated areas already. You've been playing 2 hours. No, I've been sitting here for far too long. Not playing the game. Okay, where was the power connection into this building again? I forget where I put that. I think I might have accidentally removed it. I don't think there was one. Here. Oh yeah, that's an issue. Yep. 5. Just center it there. We'll also need better power for this kind of thing. Like I said, I'm very tempted to go about setting up a new power situation. This top floor I plan to redo to make a different thing so that we can make the smart plating so we can feed it to that. It turns out I don't actually need 20 of these plates. I'll show what I did for this once everything's kicked back on. We good? We good. Power supply back up to optimum. I know stuff over here hasn't been replugged in yet, which I'll need to do. How do I want to connect the stuff over here? These poles are okay. That one down there can be moved slightly. I just want it running and producing coal so it doesn't, like, run out again on me. A lot of this back here definitely can go. Yeah, a lot of this can go. It's just not functional anymore. These probably can run through this factory and be fine. That's connected to that. Okay. I have no problem with that. That's connected there, there, through that one. That one's not necessary anymore. We can just do that. That's fine for now. That's all connected there. What about you? I mean, here, I have an idea. This is just very simple concrete production. It really isn't meant to be anything overall. Just a place for me to actually get building materials. Eventually, what I plan to do is to build what amounts to pylon stations. That will happen eventually. In fact, if I have it connected in here, here's this one. And this connects. Where can this connect to? That's connecting there. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's back up and running. That's fine, I guess, for now. Like I said, eventually I'm going to get better stuff to use here. That connects. Okay. And all of that connects to that, which runs through there. Okay. Then we can run down this road. Hello, box. How are you here? Give me that. Well, if there's nothing over here, I probably should run it on that side of the road. And, well, we don't want it there because that's in the middle of that path into that. Okay. Yeah, let's rework this. Oh, that's absolutely cursed that you can put one of those on there. I did not know that, and I didn't want to know that. Yeah, I can make this look ever so slightly better. Less wasted resources that way. Some of this is not done yet, so I'm not too worried about it. Well, obviously it's not done yet. This building is basically not anywhere close to done yet. As you can probably tell. We have all this here. Steel production is basically not 100% because I ran into the issue of this coal line potentially overproducing enough to where it could not actually reach this like speed for the maximum amount of production, which made it a I'm not doing that kind of situation. I plan to make the building and then just tear everything out inside potentially later. Everything in here on should be. But yeah, production here is limited partially by the amount that these can run and partially by the amount of power we have right now. In fact, mostly I was just trying to get an outline for part of the building done whenever started stuff again. Okay. Once we have the new wiring and glass product made, things will get a little bit easier. But that's entirely like a that will happen eventually kind of thing. Some of this stuff is also overclocked. But yeah, this road is done. That building's kind of done. Everything's kind of done building-wise. Unfortunately, I don't have glass, so a lot of that feature I can't add yet. But I did do quite a bit of decorating while things were running. Oh yeah, I should see how much this is produced. It's not a lot, especially because the power was down. That produced 17 of those, which I don't really need. Okay. Yeah, it's slowly working. Okay. Now then, if I check the power, is it going to tell me max consumption is there? Go to the factory, did not get reconnected. This over here is not reconnected. Okay. Eventually, I might run the power under the roads, especially if most of them are going to be raised. Let's see here. Do I want it this way? Try something else. Because we were running power to there, which is not useful at the moment. I think what we do is grab one of these and just bring it over to here. I could put it under, but sounds like a pain in the ass at the moment. Here. That wasn't a pass-through, goddammit. I keep forgetting that that's not a pass-through immediately. As much as I wish it was. Eventually I'll have to come through and rewire the buildings too, but that will be its own situation that I'll deal with in time. As is probably obvious by the fact that there is power poles inside. Click, 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 click. Okay, this is running. Now, there is stuff outside of it that isn't, though. Okay, none of this was set up to run with this. There's no way to get inside this lower half that's easy, by the way. I haven't figured out where I'm going to put staircases. I kind of intend potentially for it to be in the back here somewhere. But I'm still just kind of working on other aspects of it. And I'm not sure how I want to design that yet, so yeah. Especially until I get windows. This is all basic iron, I believe. Where does this go? This goes out here, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, yeah, that runs to there. I have noticed, by the way, something that irritated me. Must snap to wall or similar. You can't put it through floors. Which makes it not as useful as I wanted it to be. Fuck. We will get better stuff later, but the problem is that later is a time period of things that I don't understand. So where can I reset this to? Okay. I mean, nothing is stopping me from this as a stopgap for now. As much as it's a bad one. That going through? It's going through. Okay. Not really a fan of that, but it will work for now. At least now the power supply lines are singular and not everywhere. The upper floor is not connected, which is fine because I plan to rework this anyways. By the way, this is not going to remain here. I intend to put in a window. That's just there so I could get to the roof. All right, let's see here. Okay. So everything should be back online. That should be. All of that down there should be running. I also see a slight problem with something that is not how I made that. There we go. Fun fact, I had set this to a specific way. Instead of listening to me, it grew somehow. Okay, there. Chat box is fixed. There. That was dumb. Alright. So then, how much space do I have in my inventory? Okay. Let's begin tearing up the entire second floor here, because I need it to be producing the rotor thingies. My English skills continue to surprise me. This is actually intended to be a little bit of a walkway from one end over. There's not a real reason for it to be. I just kind of like it for some reason to be that way. It will be whatever it is whenever it's done. I like architecture that allows me to climb around it. I don't know why. Oh yeah, I guess I should show off what I did fully for the roads too. At least what is there right now. Ironically, the roads are more modular than anything I've built for the actual factory. Though there is a couple of designs I need to come up with for it, and that is annoying. Here. Before this becomes more of an issue. Hold this. There we go. This is why I always have one of those things up there ready. Realistically, I should store as much as I can of literally everything in this, because I don't think there's a limit of any kind to it. How are we doing for screws in it? Maxed out almost? Okay. Iron plates, max. Cables, fine. Case steel beams. Here. There's none in that. Might as well store away a stack of that if at all possible. Those I want to keep on me. Do I have the pipes in there? I do not. Let's throw a stack of that in there. Just so it's better. La da 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 da. Da, 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 da. Okay, there we go. Do I have any tickets? No. Okay. Wing. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to jump up that. Okay. There's no entrance on this site, is there? No. Okay. This is literally just built as a walkway to get into the back area there. Alright. Eventually, I'll figure out a better way to do storage of stuff. But for now, this is mostly just going to be like this. Not that there necessarily needs to be other kinds of storage to this, because it kinda doesn't matter. Okay. So then, let's see here. We need to set up a new rotors production. What did that require? Necessary, I can route some of the plates up to the top and then back down, but the other way around might be more reasonable. Also, apparently I lost 40 frames at some point. Don't know why that happened. By the way, I have ice cream again. Like, for whatever reason, I was able to get like a gallon of chocolate chip ice cream for $4. And I was like, I don't need this, but man, do I want it. Now I have it. Alright, so let's go over what rotors need again. 'Cause I'm pretty sure I don't actually need a lot of them. Just enough to be producing smart plating. Let's throw this down here and look. Okay, smart plating requires that. How much is that per minute? 2? We can probably double that easily because this produces 4. Okay, so that produces 4. It needs 20 rods per minute and 100 of that per minute. Okay, 1 second. I don't use that at all. I thought about it for a second, but notepad. So our production target is that 20 iron rods and 100 screws. Okay. Okay. So let's try to do some math on this real quickly. 100 screws is going to be 2 of those running. Okay. And that's going to be 25. Is it? So 100, 20, 25. Okay. So we need 45 rods total. Right. simple enough, I guess. And I guess if its primary function is to build one thing, it doesn't need to be at 100% efficiency. $15, 30. $35. $35, 40, 50. That'd be 50 total. At a usage of what? Because realistically, I could cut some of this out, potentially. 30, 60, 90, 120 iron. Okay. This one's the bigger amount. That one's a smaller amount. Main problem is that that would be technically a waste of some of these resources. Same time, does that matter? Kinda not really. Right. Can we overclock one of these to make it produce a closer amount for the sake of it? 22.5. Uh-huh. Why do you do decimal points? I know why it does decimal points, but at the same time, That's just a straight up doubling of it to 30. Which, yeah. But the power usage there would be a little bit much. Okay. I could underclock one to only produce around, what, 10? Because we need 45. Yeah. Still wouldn't necessarily be worthwhile, other than it would cut some power usage. And not like, much power usage. Like, just a little bit. I also will have to clean up this eventually, but I don't care right now. This is only using 60, right? Yeah. And for the 100 screws... 10. Okay. So... 3 of these produces 120. Just like shove them here. Wouldn't be 100% efficient, but I don't care. Yeah. So 40, 80, 120. Could underclock for reasons, but don't care enough to. That would leave, what? 15, 30. Okay. These couldn't sit here, though. Specifically for a reason of we're going to have to do some splitter shenanigans. Merger. Splitter. I don't want to use too much room, though. Okay. Right. Have to merge those two. Okay. Well, instructors can put these pretty close at least. There. And there. These will merge off over to there and go into the builder. Probably going to be right there, I'm not going to lie. Why would it be right there? Because we're going to pipe up the plates here and run it into there. Okay. Sure we get all of this set. Okay. Notably, this isn't expandable by any means, but I guess it's never meant to be. Okay, there's all of that. Merger. I'm sure this is not OSHA compliant in any way. You know, this in particular isn't, but hey, I also don't care about that. So desu ka? I know what that means, but I don't know fully. Let's see, combining, merger. Double make sure I did my math right to get the correct item. Rotor. Eventually you will need motors, which you can see is going to require some other stuff, but Okay, 20 and 100. Sure. This is still meant to be a specific small amount of items that eventually will get used for construction purposes over anything else. Okay. Then click, 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 click. Rotors. Now then, we'll have to go over here and rework this, which, not an issue. Okay. Literally, we'll just have to have these, instead of going there, do something else. Actually, how much does this need? Because if it's a small enough amount, it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah. How do I want this to be? Is that even... Nope, it don't have room for that. Okay. Look more safe than half the places I work? That's concerning. Smart plating. Only 2. Okay. I think stream might be ever so slightly behind, primarily because I hit the go live, and instead of actually going live, it started broadcasting to the YouTube side of things without actually going live. Weird, but whatever. It's not like this place is entirely meant for humans anyways. At least I'm putting guardrails there. Okay. So that will run into there. Okay. Now then, go down here. And funnily enough, I don't really need to change this. That actually will work just fine as it is, because this is making what, 10? And so 5 of those can go elsewhere. The rest can be used here. Eventually I will need to make more motors somewhere else, but it should actually be okay. If I really need to, I can always just double output through power shards too. It's not like there's a lot to be concerned about here. Especially if this place's primary function is production of construction materials, which is what it's going to mostly remain as. Oops. So let's see here. Connect this. Run over here to connect this. Okay. Okay. Eventually I'll rework all of this to look nice. But yeah, this place's primary function is already going to be served just as it is as construction materials. Now, the big question is, how do I actually get power up here? Because I don't have floor pass-throughs. This is not the safest way to do this, I don't think. Beep, beep, beep. Click. You know what? It's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Main problem here is, how do I do this? Here, let's do this. So connect that there. Then this can connect to that one. Okay. That should be production of green. Yes. So this runs into this. Once all this starts going, we'll see. Oh yeah, this thing's probably going to take a little bit to spin up too. So let's see, how are we going to connect this? What is it? 15, 30, 60. So only 2 of these is actually needed. The other 2 can sit idle. I eventually will cut these off, potentially, and do something with them. Hell, I could turn them around and send some up there for something later. But yeah. Okay, so cut that out. Okay, splitter chain. Uno. Dos. I probably could have pushed this forward a little bit, but... yeah, this doesn't work out too well. Okay. Well, let's see how we can do this. Center splits again, maybe? Yeah, that's not going to work as center split, but we can do this. No, 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 not that one. Not that one, you fool. Too much. Come on. Bucket. doesn't have to be too pretty as long as it's functional for right now. Okay, so then 30, 60, 15, 30, 60. Okay. This isn't connected though, is it? There we go. Fascinating that it doesn't want to connect like that, but okay. Still later, we'll eat it all. Probably. At that point, I could probably be transporting it off somewhere else. I think that's probably going to end up what happens with a lot of the extra production that these facilities can't use. Is that I'm just going to split it off and send it off somewhere else. Because if these are producing what they need to for construction materials, they really don't have to be messed with, because I probably won't need that much overall. Here. Or at least more than what these things will be producing generalistically. We'll see, though. If nothing else, it's still a slight income that I can also just shred for tickets. And it's running. Should run at 100%. And eventually, whenever I have more power than I know what to do with, 100% efficiency upgrades will also be a possibility. Also, summer slooping if I really need to. I do like the road, though. The main problem is corner turns, which I don't know. Maybe I'll go over there and turn that little, like, spot right there into a bit of a parking lot. Okay, so we are producing everything we need now. Cool. All right. Anything else can wait. I do want to show what I've done with the roads and what's modular about them. I will eventually run some of those tall power poles along roads too, but for now, I've just gone with this basic design for roads. And I'll probably keep using it like this. Hello, lizard doggo. So yeah, I might intersperse some more columns along it, but it might sound strange coming from me, but there's a certain level of environmental friendliness that I'm trying to at least incorporate somewhat into the designs. How's this stuff doing? Still running? Yeah. This is probably still just eating all of these materials overall. How did you get iron plates in you? Huh? What the fuck? That must have been an anomaly somewhere. Or I might have thrown it in there. Who knows? So yeah, this is just shredding stuff so I could get tickets while I was messing around with building stuff too. Power is always a fight, yes. It is. But I mean whenever I can afford to double production in places instead of building a whole new factory. Like, it will always be a fight, but it doesn't mean that it will always be my biggest fight for, like, that kind of ups. Okay. Especially because I know you can pull some stuff later on. Realistically, though, alright, I don't have a way up from here yet. I really wish elevators were a thing. Now to run a train under the road. If I was going to run a train, I'd want to be able to see it. This is currently just the underside of this area. I haven't really done anything with it. It's just here for reasons that are not explainable other than it was there. Realistically, I will probably make a train, but it probably wouldn't be for anything other than my own amusement. Really? What? What the? Really? 1 second. Uh-huh. What the fuck? Why? Still green in your world? Yes. What the fuck? Okay. That kind of means I'm gonna have to rework some of my design here, potentially, because what the fuck? Okay. Is this tree in the ground and I can't cut it? Is that what's going on there? Okay, there we go. What the That's not a tree. There we go. That was weird. Okay. So, now that that's done, what do I need to do? Well, for one, I need silica, sulfur, and the quick wire. Those are all things I need to start producing. I also need to make another place somewhere for power. Though oil is coming up, I know that much, so it's like, do I want to spend a lot of time making a whole new power plant for coal if ultimately I'm going to replace it? How's this stuff going? Still? Yeah. No, I don't know I'm storing this. But yeah, I like to keep nature as a pet. Like, okay. To explain my brain thoughts, if I could trap a bunch of animals down here and keep it as like a little preserve, I would. And not even a preserve, a zoo, I think would be a better word for it. Yes, as you are way off new power. Yeah. And our max consumption is slightly over our max, or slightly under our max capacity. Did they add a oil power plant yet? Yeah, oil power is a thing. That's kind of why I'm like, that's going to be coming up eventually. Here in, like, I think the next tier. Oh yeah, all of this got turned off, which is fine because it isn't necessary. Oh wait, here we go. All right. We got all the music tapes we can get right now. Let's see. What would be good? Slash, where would be good? I kind of have an idea where I think I would like to go to make a new power plant. And I probably should start building out that direction anyways. Because what's going to happen is we're going to have to run a highway all the way down through this range anyways, out to that direction. Most of the crystals that I know exist off over that way, though. Plus, I'd like to rework some other stuff eventually, too. Yeah, let's start working on this. We're gonna have to get rid of this too at some point. Just this poison mountain. If I do not use that as a roadway, I probably should turn this little area into a parking lot. The oil power setup is a big boy. Yeah. It's also powerful. This is gonna run into that hill. Ah, damn it. Okay, I know what I want to do here. Since we can't remove that hill, where is our ramps? I don't know how I'm gonna do the road with ramps on it, though. That's one of the kind of things that I need to think about a little bit. Okay. The pipes are eventually going to have to get moved too. That's not low enough. Vehicles can kind of take a little bit of extra downward turn without a problem. Unless I can find a good way to make corner pieces for the roads. I don't want there to be that many turns like that. We don't need to delete anything, we just need to change what it is. Most I'd probably need to move it over here, but that's just gonna sit there as it is. Yeah. It's gonna be a bit more difficult to design around, but oh well. Might need a mod to fix that. Yeah. I've had a couple of ideas, but most of it's not perfect. Oh hey, there's one of those spheres up there I've never taken full recollection of. You are in my way. Okay, can I, like, do this, or do I need it to move back one? Probably need it moved back one like this to get a good curvature. There is a single piece of grass sticking up through the floor. God damn it. Okay. Okay, this will do. Alright, how far out do I want this to go? Realistically. Realistically, I do want it higher up so that things can actually walk under it and not get in my way. Do you not got any curved pillar parts that might work? Yeah, that's one of the things that I was kind of considering, was curved pillars. It just, like, requires me to sit down and, like, properly try to build something out. Okay, so this goes out to here. There's a bunch of resources around here, so I'm probably going to use this location for some other kind of factory. Okay, let's check the map. So if we're here, we want to run it out possibly through here up to here area. Although it'd probably be easier to go because down here, like, this lake is where I usually build a coal power plant for hopefully obvious reasons. Okay. But yeah, I wanted to extend this out to at least have it here, though, so I can actually see it. All right, okay. You really should not be standing here, you know that, right? Oh, find somewhere else to stand, like over there, where you're not gonna get hit, you little shit. I'd rather not hit the birds. Not that it seems to harm them, but still. Alright, let's get to move on. Hello, tractor. God, running an entire train under the road network would be wild. Also, those will have to be moved too, but... And if you're wondering why I'm building a road network there first, I want everything to remain on the same grid. That's the main issue here. And I'm not joking. I really, really need everything to be connected to the same, like, grid. Why? Couldn't begin to tell you. Oh yeah, that is a lot of area down there that will be used for building, though. Oh, I already see a slight problem. Oh hey, a power slug I haven't collected. Okay, check my map again to make sure we're still on the right track. There's that water there, but it doesn't... I don't think it's very deep. Okay. Why is my light always on? Why is my tractor's light always on? Why are you like this? That has to be a bug. I turn that off every single time. That's copper there, isn't it? That's fine. This road's gonna look real neat once done. Can I get up on top of this? Yes. Like, look at the line on that. Ew. Oh yeah, you can see that over there too. Okay. Yeah, you can see the waterfall to that spot over there. This would end up going over resources. I should make it higher. I really don't want the roads getting in the way of anything. Even if that means somehow connecting buildings beneath the road to the network. Actually, that'd be kind of a neat design feature to have part of the building under. Obviously nothing important for reasons of realism being hyper fucking annoying if I did that. Like, living under an underpass sounds like a fucking terrible time, but if it's a factory, I don't see a problem with it. Some of these trees are going to have to go, unfortunately. Oh well, this will basically end up connecting over there anyway, so yay. Looks like it'll mostly be the miners that might end up under the road, which is whatever. That won't bother me in the slightest. Okay. We connected up here. Okay. That's why truck stops are a thing. Yeah. I'll have to go get back and get more concrete. Yoink. You know what it's going to need already that I can tell? Climbing access. Here. Let's see, how big do I want the thing to be here? Honestly, that's probably big enough. For, like, walking. Just that size is probably big enough. Alright, so a climbing access point. Let's see. How do I want to design this? Do I want to use a staircase here? Because those dumbass animals are going to end up climbing on top of it and getting onto the road, which is the exact opposite of what I'm trying to do here. Yeah, it's probably better if I don't do that. Probably better if we just have... the F foundation. Ah. Did not know it would do it like that. Okay. There's a climbing access point. You got to be kidding me. We're gonna have to build a pillar right along here. Where'd it go? Yeah, we're gonna need a pillar. Behold one of the reasons why I want these built up so high. Bean Boys. Wee. Yeah, road barriers are going to be needed. It's extremely needed, in fact. Okay. I forgot to switch it back. Oops. Asphalt. Oh yeah, halves are a thing that I can use for this too if I ever need to. Okay, so we got this out here. Where exactly do I want this to be at? Might as well go look at it now since we're gonna have to go back anyways. This is a very rocky kind of inclined area. And that might be annoying to work with. We still got quite a bit of road to go here. Honestly, this is probably going to end up a bigger construction project than anything else I have built somehow. Oh, hello, Chloe. Okay. Well, that's looped a couple of times. Alright, so here we are at the waterfall. This is just one of the locations. So yeah. That's a massive hole. I think there is something on, like, some of these ridges to get. I don't exactly know if there's any use to this place in particular. I just know it's probably a good, large, open area to build over somehow. I just haven't an idea what to put there. I may just, like, in the insanity of the statement, I may just want to build a scenic overview of this location later on. Just because I kind of like it. Yoink. More poison clouds over there that I'll need explosives for. Obviously, the other thing we're going to do with a lot of that is we're just going to build a power line across too. All right, here we are. The other spot that I don't like having to use because it's pretty, but a spot that I'll end up using because it's extremely useful. So yeah, there is plenty here to be used. Water being as specific. We're at least going to get the everything down to here. I'm trying to remember where another good spot for coal power is. Here. Let's ping and see what comes up. Yeah, there's a bunch of coal here. There's coal there. Coal here, which we have. Yeah, we're probably going to have to use this location. For very obvious reasons. At the very least... I could coal mine this area, run it up through some methods up to here, transport it somewhere else if I don't want to use this. Because, I don't know, I like the craters. I use it for power a lot, but I don't like using it. The other option would be potentially to take it and move it up towards this location over here. Because there's this entire lake up here. As pretty of a location as this is. I could also just transport it down to this location down this way. I would probably need proper trucks if I wanted to do that. I really should be using the tractor to do all this. Because running around is actually more annoying, as it turns out. In any case, we have this section of the road done for now. We can jump on this and start looking around. Like, I know I could still use the tractors to drive some stuff, but I'm not too sure about that, about them as like a proper transport. It turned on my light again. God damn it. Toggle the headlight, turn it off. Okie dokie. Let's see here. I do need to go look at what this water is and consider it. So yeah, there's a pond over here. Not going to lie, it's not a particularly amazing pond. Where is the water that I'm thinking of? It's over here, isn't it? This thing controls real dumb. Like, extra level stupid dumb. We'll park it there for now. Yeah, there's this massive amount of water up here, I think. Transport of liquids is also a thing later. The main problem is building up towards it. Let's see here. Yeah, we have all of this water here that we could use too. In fact, we could easily probably build out a platform and just use it as like a water supply. This would still be quite a lot of object moving, though. Is that some of that ore over there? Of course it is. Oh. Notably, it's also not very, deep water. So, however useful it is entirely whether or not I can put stuff on it, which I think I can, but... But yeah, we probably should at least set up the next power plant. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's get back to it. Turned on the light again, damn you. I realistically don't want to expand the power where it is now, even though that's possible. Mostly because it's an annoyance. Oh. Huh. Vehicles can kill now, I see. Oh. I'd hope they'd be able to kill if I did that to that thing. Jesus. Okay, good to know. But yeah, when we expand out over here, we'll have a lot more room for stuff. I'm gonna check to see what we have done and to see what we'll be able to take from there. I don't have a way of getting this back up here, do I? Not really. Nope. Okay, there is a way to get this back up here without it being too stupid. I say immediately pulling out a fucking on-ramp in the most literal sense of the word for on-ramp. Come on, you. Come on. Is this going to work? No. Damn it. Not easily, at least. That makes me a little sad. I was really hoping that would work. Because I might be a bit of a dumbass. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. No. I just want to see how much we have done. Plus, I need to grab, like, more material now. Realistically, I should set up this thing ready to just go on its own for a while. Okay. It means we're gonna have to grab a shit ton of this. I should get one of those scooter things. What scooter things? The 10 ticket scooter item. The one that's useless. Why? I just realized I could try to, like, ramp it off stuff. I could make, like, a pseudo skate part for the scooter. I don't know why I want to do that. But somewhere in my sick, depraved mind, that just sounds fun. As if you need to be sick and depraved to want to do that. Yes, brain. Why? It's very, like, dangerous to do that kind of thing. When has danger ever just dissuaded you from doing anything? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, that's a problem. You know that, right? No. Don't lie to me. I'm not lying. Yes, you are. I'm you. I would know. Okay. Now, why am I doing it like this? I'm not sure. Plonk in a slug. I see. Okay, sure. Just wondering if that would happen. No power. Why am I like this? Okay, let's see here. What do I have stored away here? Ah, I did have some of that in there. Okay. I really ought to process some of this material into something, but meh. I know I even have a slug in there. Alright. Boing. Alright. Whoop. I missed the ladder completely. Okay. Let's see how much this is produced in this short amount of time. Okay. It will take a while. Not a problem, because I'll end up playing this in my free time anyways, to get the rest of that built as I want it. Like, none of this really is going to be that much of an issue. Technically, what I should do is hook it up to that so it's automatically going, but at the same time, that's going to be such a pain in the ass, I don't want to do it. And I don't want to look at it whenever I do that. Okay. So put it in there, you idiot. How many times do I have to double clip? Damn you. Double go. Okie dokie, let's go. I'm gonna check the other spot too, make sure that it's not full. Shouldn't be in any way, shape, or form, but hey. I don't know why I'm producing those, and I don't know what I'm going to do with them, to be frank. They're there, they're useful, I guess, and eventually I shall probably transport them off somewhere else. I need a different playlist. In fact, eventually I'm going to need to look up how to get a couple of things. So that travel will be easier. Okay, there we go. I have also kind of not been messing around with Ellen lately. The Never Leave Home challenge has hit a point where I'm actively just RNG rolling. And so I need to be like watching something whenever I do that. Otherwise it's going to drive me up the wall. And no, I still haven't found a single other skill book or a skill trainer. That is probably what has me most irritated, is I haven't found a single one of those two items. I don't know how at this point I'm going to. That slug is there, mocking me. So then, let's see here. I'm not going to run this. Probably needs to go up. I don't want it to go around because that's annoying. Zoop. I might do some of that later today anyways, if stream goes long enough and everybody else goes offline for something. Yeah. Those trees are gonna have to die. Oh wow, this is a lot higher up than I was expecting it to be. Okay. Well, first off, we're gonna have to get rid of the trees. Why is every, like, row of trees in my way consistently? Nature, I understand that you're everywhere, but could you be less so? Yeah. I might as well cut a path through here anyways. One of the major issues is water is going to be a bit difficult. It's going to have to be somewhat even with the source of water, because if it's not, it's going to be a problem. Well, the coal is like in that spot over there. Let's see here. Scoot chair, scoot chair, scoot chair. Scoot chair. Also, woo, ah, ah, woo, wee. That's not calibrated correctly. Okay. So yeah, the road is not going to go all the way down this. That's too much of a slope. If the road goes down this at all, it's going to have to cut off like down this way and back down that way. Which makes me not want to do that at all, which makes me want to instead bring the road down this way, stop it, and then redo some stuff. Reduvia? Shut up, brain. Okay. This probably isn't the best way to do this, but at the same time, I don't want it to be a harsh upward run. That would be an annoyance to me particularly. We honestly may run it all the way up to like this area, have it stop somewhere there, build foundation, and then just staircase down. Because the more I think about it, the more I don't want to deal with transport lines right now. So nature will just have to suffer my indignations. If it didn't want me to build here, it wouldn't exist in my way. Now would it? Yeah. Maybe a little bit before this point. Like right here-ish is where we stop it. Okie dokie. Now then, how do I want to get it down there? Because this is probably going to be the main source of power until we get oil. In which case, things are going to get stupid. Because I have no idea what I'm going to do about that. Okay. You've made a choice, and it has brought you to me. But why? I'm thinking definitely sooner than this. Like, yeah, that should do. Okay. Right. The fuck am I gonna do about this? About what? About all of this. My existence, your existence, our existence. Huh? Every existence. You must learn the truth of being. What am I on about? All these trees, all these pretty plants must go. I want flower pots. I want to grow flowers. Growing flowers would be nice. Did the Discord ping right, by the way? No, it did not. Okay, so the Discord didn't ping right. That's interesting. That might be a slight problem that I'll have to fix later. Wrong direction, stupid! Hey, look at these poor frogs. Frogs? Hogs. Hogs. Frogs. No, hogs. Yes, hogs. Okay. These are still asphalt. Why would you want asphalt stairs? That's a little weird. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to build a foundation staircase all the way down there. That way it's still on the correct grid at the very least. A creature is in the way. The creature is about to not be in the way anymore if I can get my drift. Get away. Stay back, you little shit. Anyways. Click. Click. Ah. This might be a little too high up. Ah. That's curious. We still need to go and have to turn this somehow. You know, that's the one thing I don't know why a lot of snapping systems... Well, actually, I know an answer to what I was about to talk about, but why a lot of snapping systems don't have a way to curve things. And then I remember they're working off grid programming. AKA, if you do that, that's a lot more work for something a lot of people won't be able to use in a very effective manner. Also, I wasn't expecting this to be as steep as it is in terms of trying to build this staircase. But c'est la vie, I suppose. Yeah. Tree. Tree, you defy reality. Die. Okay. All right. Honestly, probably better to just do it like this then. Oh, this is gonna have to die anyway, so... Ah, safety measures. AKA things I don't actively care about 90% of the time. But on this is probably actually important. Also, the double wide foundation of this is actually proving to not be, working. There we go. Donkey shit. Click, click. Okay. Sure. Don't like the way this is turning out, but why isn't nature more willing to listen to my needs of solid grid-based foundation building? Nature doesn't deserve to exist. if it can't naturally listen. Why am I doing that? The system has an odd belief as to my intentions. How did we get off Zoop? Okay, I think the most annoying part of this might be steadily no longer an issue. Cut. Okay, all this is gonna have to die too. And unfortunately, you're in the way. If I could magically make nature just stand to the side while I build, that would be nice. And then just leave it there so it's not a problem for me anymore. Zoos. I see you're going to be a problem like that. Okay. Well, I actively tried to let a bush live, and it was where I needed to be anyway, so, What an utter waste of resources instead of just going around and down that way. Okay. I'm sure that works out just fine. Sure. Click. Zoop, damn you, zoop! Ta-da! Wow. I'm gonna need so much concrete. Anyways. Okay, well, we've made it down here, and that's not gonna work. Ah! I see. I thank you for your active and immediate problematic situations, you sand. On the bright side, congratulations, we've done it. Okay, so here's what we're going to need. A shit ton of miners, and a shit ton of water, and a shit ton of resources. Why? I don't know. Maybe because we're about to power the entirety of our factory doubled. Yes. I legitimately don't know how much we're gonna need here. All I know is that we're going to need a lot of stuff. Alright, first off, outposting time. Equipment workshop set up here. Crafting bench set here. And the ma'am. You can just shove it right there. Alright, our little home from home. By the way, does it annoy anyone else that there's not a door here or an option to not have a door here? Why is this here? What is this? It's like they gave us half of a tool shed. And I mean literally half of a tool shed. What is this? Anyways. We're still gonna have to get power out of here somehow. Okay. First off, coal. Announce your location. Thank you. So many resources to exploit behind Boulder. Cut. Yes. 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 The jungle must die. The jungle must die. For our progress. Something, something, sky. Click, click, click. Okie dokie. Production. You're not rocks! How dare you startle me! You will pay with your flesh! Ah! I may have not been paying attention to the screen and gotten startled by those creatures. Sir? Is there any limestone around here? There is. Literally right there. Oh, okay. I should set up something to turn all this plant matter into solid fuel. Just so I have it on hand. Alright. Time to build. That's not a good location. Miner 10. There we go. Do I have to embarrass myself every stream? No. It just kind of happens. Leaf, 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 leaf. Okay, so first things we're gonna need to set up. The foundation is already going to need more, and we have a limited amount of concrete left. While there's a non-zero capacity to get more easier, the tractor has some in it. I really would not like to run back to the main factory to pick that stuff up. Just kind of why I wanted the dimensional depot to be an infinite thing. So I could just shove resources in there and just potentially wait for more. In the meantime, let's find out something important. Okay. Where do I want to shove these? Do not giggle at what I just said, if you know what's good for you. Anyways. Surface too uneven. Thinking about how I want to lay these out. Expanding this out and then lining it through this area might work. We'll definitely have plenty of water available to us at this point. Obviously. Main problem will be a couple of things that we can worry about in a minute. Can't build one of these. Plus, I'm not sure how I'm even going to wire these back up through there. We really want to set up a number of these or like immediately instead of just one. Here, let's get this out of the way. Un momento. I just realized that it wasn't on live chat. It was in the terrible chat, aka top chat, which is bad chat. I mean, realistically, I'm going to need more... I'm gonna need more concrete anyways. I should also build a personal storage chest here just to be able to dump some stuff if I really need to. Organization. Personal box. Personal space mean anything to you, guy? You know what that's from? Congratulations. Okay. Yeah, let's go grab that stuff from the tractor. It's a tractor, not a truck, even though it looks like a truck to me. The zip lining through power lines would be very nice right now. I've never been a fan, by the way, of the air cannon things. Mostly because I end up killing myself with them more often than not. Oh my god, how much concrete did I use to build this? Was this worth it? Actually, I don't care. It's an aesthetic choice. That doesn't matter. Okie dokie, let's see here. Ah, we brought an extra amount. Cool. See, this is why I try to set things up in a certain way. Because I know myself. And I know how stupid I am. And why is this asphalt? And I know how I act. I would jump into the water, but swimming is slow. Whoop. Boing. Okie dokie. Okay, so I forgot proportions of things. Oops. Anyways, we're going to build a player is in the way. Are you sure about that? I think we build 3 of these for now. We're definitely going to have to rebuild this, but I'm going to build 3 down here for now. And that should give us at least a decent amount of power to work with. Like, obviously, we're going to have to redesign it at some point for it to work efficiently. But that's just like later things whenever I want to make it look good. Right now, we're just building because we need it. If I could just dig up slight amounts of dirt to get them out of the way, I would. Okay. And come on. 2, 3. All right. Right. Realistically, how would I expand this? Just thinking for a moment while I build. Probably would cover up a fair amount of this, raise this up an extra bit to get over that, and water pumps out here. That probably is how I'd end up building it. Production, water extraction, head lift 10. Okay. Like I said, this is kinda temporary for now. And as far as like what I'm going to do with it. Once we have better tech, I'll come back through all of this and do something with it more reasonable. Realistically, whenever I have better tech, I'm probably going to do something else entirely with it. Because realistically, if I raise this up and have better pump technology and pipes, I could just easily run this, like, with less overall in the way. That's just one of those matters of, in time, things will change. By that point, I'll have enough power of other kinds to work with. Here, we'll change how that's connected. Realistically, how many pumps could I run off of one of these? Pumps? Power stations. That's the correct word. Let's see. This is going to need 45, 90. So 180 for 4. How much do you produce? 120. Ah, yeah, okay. So leaves a slight amount. So yeah, 90. We'd have to overclock that anyways for these three, if I'm mathing correctly. Here. I have a calculator. I should use it. Okay, so it's 45 times 3. 135. So yeah, we're going to have to power core that to 180. At that point, I might as well build a 4th. This is not going to divide evenly between all these water supplies, but yeah. Whatever. That means little to me. Okay. Now then. How do I want to do this? I wish I could relocate the power input supplies of these stations. Not power input, coal intake. Doing great. That's clipping. Game, you're lying to me. That's clipping. Conveyor splitters work in a certain way. Okay. This is going to be extremely ugly. Once again, I need to come up with a better design for this, but for now, we're going to do it like this. My lack of care is starting to grow. I just want the power. Okay, we can put foundations here at least to catch it. We'll be able to come back through anyways and fix this up to a more reasonable standpoint. Would you stop doing that? Stop that. Now, can I be utterly cheeky and... Ah, it does allow me to do that. Okay. I put that on there wrong. We need to point it the other direction. Where are you? There you are. That way. Oh boy, this is not how I designed this if I gave a shit at the moment. Realistically, I don't even know why I'm putting so much effort into this if I'm just waiting on resources, outside of knowing that it's going to have to get done. But I could be working on, you know, appearances of the factory too. Oh well. I'm gonna need this, so I might as well build it. I'll need to also check on the power once we're done and see exactly where what is. They can connect to each other. That's a little interesting. Okay. So we have this. How much coal is this going to take? Doesn't say. Damn. I was really hoping it'd let me do that. I wish you would tell me, though. Welcome to the chat. Live chat? Did something go down? What? No, nothing went down. Okay. I guess because I switched over to the other chat thing. Whatever. So, to kick this off running, I might as well build a biomass burner to get it kicked up. And just burn some of this. Production capacity. Okay. All of this hasn't even been started. No power. Yeah. Oh shit. No power. Oh yeah, we'll have to also put a thing on the water. Oops. Might want to remember that. Wow. I forgot how shit these things are. I also know that wire's going through that, but... Come on. All I need you to do is pump just enough to get it running. I will turn this fuse into dust. As long as something gets done. Is it getting any water out? I don't think it is. Okay. Boo. Brain, that's a terrible idea. Let's do it. Click, click. Shift, click. Try this again. There we go. Now, that should be just enough to kick these online, hopefully. Hopefully. Come on. Tell me you're running. Okay. This is filling up. Good. Water's getting in there. Cool. Probably not evenly, but that's fine. It's overproducing the amount that is needed, technically. Coal is going. Cool. Come on. Yes. Yes! The power continues to grow! Yay! Now then, I should be able to kick these off, right? Mostly because as long as there's like a supply of fuel in these, it should be able to kick itself back on if I overdo it with one. Okay. So let's see, how much do these need? 15? 30? It needs 60 coal to run these. How much is that producing? Because I think it's way lower than 60. Wait, tier 2? It should be... yeah, okay, it's producing double. Sorry. I got the math quite literally backwards in my head. It was twice the amount, not half the amount. I forget, these run different amounts than the standard miners do. For other resources. Okay. So, it's producing 300 on these. Cool. 45. Okay. Hopefully this is producing the amount it needs to get through. Okay, that's running fine. They might just need a second, hopefully. Ah. Yes, this is what I was worried about. This is not dividing up the water equally. Well, there's a solution for this. It's gonna be not a good one, but there is a solution for it. I don't like what I'm doing right now. That's... I forgot how the other one was set up. That might be a slight problem. Behold! Something I don't think works this way, but I'm attempting anyways. Realistically, this actually solves one of my problems a little bit, though. No matter how this turns out. There we go. Ah, yes. Is it actually leveled out now? Did this actually work? I might be a genius. You're not. Shut up! Okay, well, it appears to have fixed the situation anyways. Now, hopefully, I've done the basic math correctly, something I've failed to do repeatedly, and will be actually good. Yay. Oh yeah, there's one other thing I wanted to build over here for the sake of having it out of the way. Mostly so I can then just tear it down later. But I want it out of my inventory, and it goes a little like, oh boy, I'm carrying around a bunch of biological materials that could easily burn. So, one pump is enough to produce enough water for 4 of these, technically, with a additional power unit in it thing. And that produces twice the amount of coal needed. So, 2 pumps, potentially, could provide enough for 200% of the power with it using all the coal that is provided for it. Okay. And that would double the power supply. Do I want to add another pump, or do I want to see how well this is doing for us? Ah, slightly too soon. Okay. Here we go. We're just going to process a bunch of biofuels so we can probably fill these up as the backup power. Just in case I need to come down here, cut a power line, and then reboot the entire system here. Here, let's leave these here. Medical supplies, yay! realistically, I could put a bunch of pumps inside the lake and line this entire area with power. That is something I could do. Also, looking at that makes me want to fix that, but I'm going to ignore it for now. So what's this doubled? Also, now that I'm looking at it and I have the time, I am very much not okay leaving it like that. Ah, cool. This is going to go directly through that, isn't it? Oh, very nice. Quickly just do this. Yeah. Okay, I'm curious. Just on this. 240. Okay, so 240. And throwing one of these in here. Although that should fill these up. 68. Okay. So 77, 140. Plus what, 90? Is that enough still? Calculator! Thank you, brain. It's a little over the amount, I see. Or around-ish the amount, but possibly a little over. So, for the sake of my sanity right now, we'll just leave one of them with an extra bit in it. Because I don't want to build another pump for some reason. How's this doing? Slow? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Okay, let's get extra dumb because I want this to go faster. There we go. I'm gonna tear this down once I'm done over here anyway, so it doesn't matter. Question! Raw quartz? Nope. Huh? Okay. Caterium. Super gold. That's what it is. Knew it. Okay. Yeah, okay. And for the sake of it, sulfur. Uh-huh. Huh. I did not know there was a vein there. Okay. Whatever. So it's mostly just coal over here. Got it. We'll be needing a lot of it eventually. Not right now. Since we've been listening to that for a while. Any technology we can look at really quickly? Power slugs, synthetic power cores, mycelia, catrium. Oh yeah, I would definitely need to get more of that eventually, but Okie dokie. Let's see here. How's this doing? By the time we get back, I'm hoping we'll at least have enough of the whatever that is done. Plates, the smart plates I'm expecting we're nowhere close to yet. But yeah, hopefully we're actually getting somewhere with all of this. Well, that's running. We might as well start setting this up. You pointed the wrong direction. Thank you. Salut. I love not being able to look at the top. Okay. That must be facing either forward or away from us. Got it. Okay. This should easily enough actually get up to the top here. This should not be a problem of itself. We'll just need to build a space for it, potentially. That and make sure it's in the correct position. So let's say I wanted to shove it like here. That work? Yes? Question mark. Probably be better off to this side. Okay. That means more plants are gonna have to die, though. Die, nature. You don't belong here no more. Okay. Yep. Cut all of this away. Actually, you might be allowed to live. Congratulations. You won. Alright. Come on, turn it correctly. Also, just for everyone's knowledge, I do have a playthrough game that I'm probably going to start at some point that, upon looking up how long it should take, apparently is only like a couple hours long. Like a stream or two long, which is probably the amount that it needs to be for me to do like a quick playthrough of something. There's a lot of games that I'd like to play on stream, but they'd take a lot of time to actually do. So they end up kind of put to the side a little bit. I don't know how long it will take me to play through, like, say, once I actually figure out how to Kingdom Hearts 2, because that game is probably going to take a while. Plus, not gonna lie, Steam port kind of pissed me off with how bad it is and how they haven't updated it ever. No. Please don't chew on my staircases. In any case, that power line is probably not going to move. That one's actually pretty decent there and isn't going to bother me too much. Staircase will definitely have to be improved, but that being there, that's fine, honestly. Now, where can I connect this? I'm starting to see a problem. Well, there's a solution to this somewhere. It goes a little bit like this. There we go. Here, I want to climb this. I've not really been climbing these. I've been making them with the platforms, but I haven't been climbing them for some reason. Once we have the ability to actually zip along these lines, by the way, it's going to make things a lot funner. I'm not going to say better or faster, just funner. Oh, yeah. Wing. Ah, cool. We'll be able to switch this over soon enough. Yeah, there you go. Well, technically, we'll have to get rid of those, but once that's done, it'll be ready to switch over to a different kind, and then we'll be able to switch it out. Okay. For now, while that's running, what do I want to do? Man, what a nice beach that I'm absolutely destroying. Good thing there's another one upstream. Ha. Soon. Soon I will add to you, O mighty sky circle. So all this is running correctly. Cool. And this is providing us how much extra power? Not a lot. Well, that one thing is probably taking up a shit ton of power with what I'm doing with it, but hey. You know what? Because I want to actually get something else done. Here. We'll just throw away the rest of these leaves. These are off. Cool, nothing in them. Cool. All right, we're going to have to build the power supply lines back to the base. I will make sure everything remains on the exact same grid so that nothing becomes a problem. Are none of my factories wheelchair accessible? Because wheelchairs are used to power things. Feel like you're not doing anything for the society? Let me put you to work. Wheelchairs. A new power source. What the fuck am I on about? How far can we get this? Too long. Not too long. Okay. So on this side, probably here. This is probably going to be a bit of an annoyance to, like, properly build the rest out of, but whatever. Okay. Right here. Can that connect all the way down there? No. I wish, but no. Oh well. I am so glad I have these, by the way. I remember a time whenever these didn't exist. And, it was a pain. Okay. Do I have room to turn this around? I hope so. Road barriers are not going to be enough here. I know I'm going to eventually go flying off the top of one and somehow end up far from the road. Probably gonna put it here. Or can it reach the other side? Yeah, it can't reach the other side, so here. Here will do. That tree is going to be in the way. That irritates me something fierce. Okay. Not that one. Those. I'm guessing this is still too far away. Yeah, cannot reach that far. If here. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I have used an exorbitant amount of concrete to build this nonsense. The problem is, we're still needing more. The bright side, this is actually going to mean that anything we build off in this direction down there is already going to have like at least some level of power able to get to it. And connected. It is so much nicer to have these. Oh my god. I could work on finishing off this road, since it's pretty much not going to move at all. At best, it's going to get added onto. I don't want to imagine having to sprint up and down this road, by the way. I never want to run like that again, ever. I had enough of that in the time before now. Have you ever ran for several miles? It's physically possible. Or at least, I probably couldn't run several miles anymore, but I could probably at least, like, jog that distance. I know I can walk several miles, I do it regularly. But running it? Oh god. Ugh. I genuinely hate it. Okay. So that puts our factory well above the amount that we needed it at. Okay. So considering a couple of considering a couple of things, there's a lot of coal here, and I'm gonna need a lot of coal. Even beyond what's being used as a power source, we're eventually going to need it to make a shit ton of steel. Which means that some point, somehow, I'm probably going to need to come back here and figure out how to transport all of this coal that we don't use for power. Any quartz things I could research? That, if I had some way to mine it. What is this? The Explorer? Explosive resonance application. Pulse Obelisk. Okay, I don't know what that is. But now we'll be able to return back to the main factory and get a couple of things done. Mostly setting up our quick wire and sulfur production, potentially. It's not like I can't come back here and redesign this quickly if I need to. Wrong button. I keep making that mistake. Alright, let's listen to the goofy music, because that is exactly the kind of person I am. Goofy. Stupid, one might say. There is so much of this being produced. Look at this. Jesus Christ. I might have overestimated its capabilities to hold all of that and underestimated the amount that would create. There we go, that's what I was trying to say. Once we have the Caterium stuff too, we can get the I want to call it a grappling hook. It's not a grappling hook, but it's a hook that it will be a device that allows me to just zoom, you know? Why do I talk like this sometimes? Okie dokie. Is there anything I can build or / look at while I'm here? I could build a gun! Don't build another one, you idiot. You're not going to need more than one, I hope. You always need more than one gun. You need miniguns. Get miniguns. Get a minigun. It's your patriotic duty. Buy a minigun. Flamethrowers are legal. Yes. Who's gonna stop you? The government? What are they gonna do? Raid your house? Not if you have enough guns and walls. C4 Roombas. Yes. Me, what are you doing? Saying things that people shouldn't do? Don't do that. Do it. No, don't do it. Oh, hey, a rock. This is mine now.
We watch the waves of the effigies in the shallows passing through the windows, and they're all the same. There is no resonance growth. Sing.
I just called the Fix-It doctors. They told me there is definitely no danger from repeat exposure to these signals. In fact, they said it is good for you. I apologize, but the call dropped suddenly, otherwise they would have told you themselves. The good news is you should run towards these strange and dangerous-looking objects whenever you find them. Doctor's orders.
Ada. Your ability to lie to me is low. And you need to say nothing because of course I'm going to grab the shiny alien artifact. Look at me. Do I look like somebody who has taken safety precautions in the pursuit of science? No. In fact, I call safety precautions inefficiencies. Never mind the fact that I built railing. I don't want to fall down the side of things because that's also inefficient, but you know. That's different. That's a direct effect upon me and not like potential like 15 years later developing hyper super cancers in like my left thorax. What the fuck is the left thorax? Did you know humans have thoraxes? Are you human? Possibly. Don't lie to people. I lie all the time. What the fuck would be hyper super cancer? Oh, you know, budding. That... No, not thinking about that. Note to self, Cliff. Bam! Where are you running? Where are you running? Your flesh is mine! What is it about a game where I'm just running around building productive things slowly drives me to the point of violence? Your own inefficiencies upset you? Maybe. Maybe indeed. Big Beam Boy! You ever hear a ukulele sound psychotic? This music, the ukulele sounds psychotic. Tell me I'm wrong. Did we seriously have too much? Oh, that's funny. You know what? This may not leave, actually, given the nature of this. You ever just have a pillow-sized bit of dried grass? No? Too bad. It actually makes me a little bit happy, and I'm not sure why. Can you? Ah, I can. Biomass, woods, and leaves? Oh, I can do this myself. I forget that sometimes. What am I holding leaf-wise? Oh yeah, it's in the, like, hyperdimensional storage chambers. Oh, this is the annoying one. I remember. Are you done producing? You know what? I'm growing tired of you. Start producing the biofuel. Biofuel. The less scary version of Resident Evil. Biofuel. Fun fact, that was called Biohazard in Japan. I forget why the name changed. I think it had something to do with something else was already called Biohazard. But if you notice, do you remember what that was? No. So, very clearly, one of these groups won and one of these groups lost. Just not in the way that, like, you know, would pan out from a court case. I am tempted to leave this here. Just because I don't want to stand here and babysit this. And ultimately, it's not going to matter. Maybe one day I'll be happy that this is here, but right now I just want nothing to do with it anymore and I want to leave. Leave behind these leafy nonsense. See that? Run, 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 run. Up the stairs we go. Run up the stairs we go and continue about the way we sow. The discontent amongst the population burn and cut and kill the station. Everybody knows the way. Everybody knows the way. Everybody knows the way. I am losing my fucking mind. Anyways. Why is it the peaceful games that I tend to go the most insane? Fuel. Let's go. Carefully, carefully, carefully. And off we go. Whee! I kinda wish I could drive this in the first person too. I'm not sure why it's in the third person. But I want to drive it. Change camera. That doesn't do anything. That annoys me. Amongst the first thing I'm gonna do with explosives is get rid of that smoky ass problem in the center of my base. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yes, I need the road barriers, indeed. Machinery, I'm home. Alright, well, we should probably go down to the other side and get what we can out of the boxes. Isn't there a honk? Yes, there is! Haha! That should be enough for that. Cool. Notably, half of what I already have here is probably going to get thrown directly into the incinerators. Mostly because I kinda don't need it. Gun! I don't want to hear that song. Here we go. God, I love some good, like, harsher synth music. Just makes me happy. Oh yeah. I forgot we had potted plant inside. Alright. 100. 200. 300. 332. Let's see if that's enough. If it is, I'll be happy. I want to launch phase 2. But I don't think we're going to get enough of the plates done tonight. Which is a bit sad, but whatever. I mean, I could double the production through the uses of my power shards, but I kinda don't want to do that. We'll leave that to it for now. We are now officially 2/3 done with phase 2. Alright, here we go. Okay, that's that. That doesn't really mean a lot. Good to have, not necessary. Right now. Alright. And we got like 160 of those done. Oh, I need the double check. That is 100% efficiency, right? Yes. 2 and 2. How much is this producing? 4. And how many plates are we producing? Is it 5? I could have been running that at 200% this entire time. Okay. I'm gonna do that. Actually, can I full power this? 5 and 5. How many is this producing? 4. How much does it need for 5? 30 and 150. We're producing 120 and 25? Is that just slightly over 40, 40, 40? Okay. I see. I could full charge that up more, but I don't want to do that. The power we're already using is a bit... yeah, high. Double production on that. That should be good, right? So 4 and 4. 4. Okay. And the bottom one's 5. So yeah, we could have doubled production on that the entire time. I just didn't notice. Oh yeah, I need to build like a battery location, don't I, somewhere? Well, whatever. In any case, this is going to pick up production quite a bit. The reason why that annoys me ever so slightly is we could have had double the amount done, so what? 320 instead of the amount we have. That would have actually been pretty good for us. But hey. Mistakes get made, mistakes get noticed, mistakes get solved. Here, put this in. Can I reach in there and grab that? Come on. It's a little annoying that you just can't reach it. There we go. What a pretty sky. Okay, 3-hour mark, and we're 2/3 of the way done. I want to build a factory worthy of this music. That's what I want. Here, what can we throw into the grinder? Let's see how much that gets us. Not a bad amount. All right, let's start taking a look at something else. Research. It's development time, boys. For the glory of mankind. Let's see here. We could make a lot of silica, but nah. Leg itchy. How much of this did I need? Not sure. Where's my research? There it is. Let's see. Megafauna. Scannables. 2050 and 2. Alien technologies. Requires computers. Manual depoting. 47 of those. Speed. Fabrics, plastics. Okay. If we had 50 of those, we could develop gas masks and filters, parachutes, quartz. Okay. Sulfur. 100. Okay. Right. I understand. Production will continue. The growth shall be had. Get that leaf out of there. All right. First off, wiring. That's one of the first things I want to do. Mostly because everything else is annoying me. Explosives will come whenever we want to actually do exploration next. Which, in due time. In due time. There's a couple of places I'll need to explore, which will get us probably a number of the items we're actually probably going to need. But if I also want to build lights, I'm going to need the Caterium up too. And I really, really want to build lights. This place must be bathed in the glow of the color so befitting it. Other than the darkness of the moon. The brightness of the sun. I shall create. And I shall let it grow. So, first off, wasn't there a sulfur deposit somewhere nearby? Like over here? Yeah. Okay. So then... So desu ka? There it is. This shouldn't be that hard to get to. I don't know how much it's gonna have in it, is the main thing. But we've already built up a small area to get to it. Oh, that jump almost started doing fall damage. I forgot I could slide, by the way. There it is. All right. Never mind. Sulfur is first. Okay. Damn it. Not tall enough. That should do. Okay. Well, as it turns out, explosives are in fact the first line that we shall begin. I did not know that was going to be covered up. I still don't know what the altar is for, but it's there and it concerns me. You should build out over to that and see what it is. Can't believe I started building things without everything unlocked and without like a jetpack, like actual buildings and not just the platforms. There's something up there, and I know under the foundations of this somewhere is an explosive thing. I've gone a direction. Where am I going? Realistically, I just need the explosives now. Everything else will produce as it will. So we're about a fourth of the way through the first little bit, so maybe in an hour-ish it will be done. Maybe. Or at least another 50% potentially. Mental math is not my strong point. Shocking no one, I suspect. Okay, where is this? Over there. Okay. Over here, directly. Somewhere easy to get to for me? Please don't be covered up. It's not. Neat. Okay. How do I want to do this? Well, obviously I'm gonna need another one of those. Oops. Just have it rise up and go onto the plateau there, probably. Can I trap the big beam boy in a preserve over here and just let him be in this nice little location where I can observe him without him getting in the way? I don't want to hurt them. I just want them to be out of my way. Protected in a wall that I built that it shall not escape from. Of course, I deconstructed the one thing up there. Boing. That doesn't even need to exist. Like, at all. Okay. I know I have somewhere making that one thing. Those encased objects. I just don't remember where or why. What are those? Aren't they like something in concrete? I forget. Encased industrial beams, steel and concrete. I don't think I actually have those producing. Depending on how much steel I'm using for the other thing, those beams, I'm probably going to take a bit of that off of that and just route it to be producing those since they're required for things. Man, I really like a nice haunting synth track like this. It's so pretty sounding. Oh boy, here I go, collecting more things I don't want again. What beautiful flowers. It is a shame they're in my way. Okay, here we go. Foundation up. How do you survive up here like this? How did you get up here? Do you fly? I really do not like you. Go away. Hopefully this is good. Enough of a spot to gather what we need. Where is it? Down there? Okay. So I'm probably just going to do it like this. Mine. Look, look, look. Beep. Logistics. It's not a splitter. It's the lifter. And the lifter go up. And I grab the lifter and put it over here. Yes. Okay. Okay. Do that. Cool. Now we'll just have to power it. Sure. Not that one. No. That's not necessary. Damn it. Something people forget when developing games. There's an easy way to get some, like, bonus points with me. And other people in general. Whenever you set a foundation like this down, have it just immediately de-render the grass that's under it. You can always return it if it's, like, removed. But if you, like, just remove the grass, it makes building a lot easier. Not enough. God damn it. Yes, I will literally do this so I don't have to see that. There we go. Alright, so what did this need specifically? A constructor? Or did we not even have enough sulfur to research? Here, give me a moment. Instead of running all the way back down there, there's an easier option. Sulfur. Gunpowder. Oil. Plastic. Smokeless. Cluster. Experimental power generation. Oh my god, I need oil to make explosives. Okay. So, we're blocked there. I see. Oh. Right. Man. Really? I guess we can look into the experimental power generation then. Whatever, I'll leave this here anyways. We'll use it later. We got it set up for now, I guess. Also, experimental power generation. Are we actually gonna, power things with explosives. This is me walking forward, by the way. That's how fast that is going. Is that enough for this? Experimental power generation. We need 100 of those. 15 more of those. Okay. Okay, then. Man, I can't believe I'm blocked by oil. My inner American grows angry. I need oil. Alright, do I have any of that stuff stored away? I hope I do. That's empty because it goes to the other one. Nice, we actually had exactly 100 of that stored. Wow. Weirdly fortuitous. Okay, and then those which are in the thing. Okay. Not that those are overly difficult, to my knowledge. Yeah, here we go. We just need 15, so I can do it like this. No reason to interrupt any of our production for what I could easily just do like this. Especially if it's a low enough number. I wish I could make music that sounded this good. Alright, let's look into this experimental power generation method. Because I'm very curious. Okay.
Research completed.
Compacted coal.
Experimental power generation research options are now available. These may enhance performance
Turbo
of other
fuel.
fuel sources.
Compacted coal and turbo fuel. That requires a hard drive and plastic byproduct. God damn it. That's gonna require it. The Explorer. An ammunition type. Mycelia. Plastic. Explosive. Possible? Possible, I think. Unless that's a plastic byproduct again. Which it might be. Oh my god, I'm blocked by a resource that I can't get yet. Ugh. How's our power network? Running fine? Okay. I have interdimensional fucking storage space before I got oil. I just now realized I've done this. What? How? How did I develop interdimensional storage before oil? What? Why am I like this? Okay. You know, I that's amazing. Okay. So the smart plating. Let's go see how much I have now. I really should replace that with an actual door down there. Okay, so there's another 90. That took a little bit. We're not doing bad. It's just gonna take a little bit, and I guess since that's done, the other thing's done. The fuck do I do with my time other than decorate? I mean, yeah, I probably should, since that's gonna get done eventually. Not that I'd recommend walking on this side of the road, but I'll build it there anyways. Is this actually above something? It is. Okay. I'm not sure what to do about that middle section there, other than move the entire thing over again. You know what? Yeah, I probably should. Just get this off here. Yeah, we'll move the entire thing over one. That way it's not up against that rock there. At least not in a way that I find annoying. Don't know how I did that, but congratulations me. You've surprised yourself with stupidity again. Truly a master of your art. Hopefully this isn't also in the way. It should be fine, actually. Okay. Do I want to just leave this open? Is there a reason to? Looking at it? No, not really. If anything, I would eventually turn this into road and then have it go off down that way, so yeah. This is the wrong side, you idiot. That clipping that tree? No. Okay. Oops. I forgot. Oh well, it's a simple fix, whatever. There we go. I'll have to figure out how I exactly want to do these stair kind of things. Oops. I'll figure it out eventually, but still. Is that a... No, that is, though. Yeah, how the fuck did I do this? What a horrific and sharp decline. Uh-huh. Well, this would need to be raised up. That's realistically the only thing I can say about it. Needs to be like that, and then the other one here have a staircase. Yeah, okay. I mean, it will save me on a road barrier, but... little bit weird the way that I have this. Okay, that was just a weird visual thing. Doesn't quite line up now, does it? At least on this side. But whatever. Now then, let's actually take a look here at what we have in terms of these pieces. These rounded pieces that kinda don't work, actually, because they're a little bit too big. Stop trying to put it under it, you idiot! Come on. Come on. I wish I could round the edge on this a little bit better. Just like... But that'd still leave like an empty spot there that would need to be taken up by something else. And because it's on a grid, that wouldn't work out very well. Oh yeah, I forgot I had these. I'm not incredibly certain where I'd ever use them to. The one idea I had would be eventually to do something like this. But I'm not sure that works at all. That kind of works, but at the same time, I don't much like that. I wish we had a pillar like this that was just fully round. That may be an option. I might not have it unlocked, but it may be an option. Alright, let's go over here. This is mostly just purely an aesthetic choice. The color will make more sense once I actually have unlocked everything else that I'll need to for what I'm doing here. The sun is up. Oh! I looked over and I saw the light upon my wall in the shape of a cross, and I'm like, where the fuck did that come from? Oh, the sky! Okie dokie. Oh, that's more in the center. That's not what we're looking for. This is what we're looking for. Okay. But yeah, these need a corner piece. Or at least some sort of like small connector piece to work out properly. Two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh god, painting this entire way down is not going to be fun. Realistically, I should do this here again. Like so. I didn't do it on this side, did I? For the sake of consistency. Oh, I accidentally put this on the wrong... Oops. Where is it? That's center. There we go. I don't know if I'm ever going to use this space for anything. I might, for just like a decorative, but whatever. Okay, another turn corner here. Wrong one again. Grab this one, grab it. Okay. Out that one. Turn that one there. And now the one that goes all the way down this direction. Here we go. Huzzah! I should make a spot for it to turn off into the power. Like a parking lot, maybe right there, just so that it exists. Time to run all the way down this way. I'm literally just holding down the button and doing this because I can. Well, I also have to come back down this way again, mind you, and build out the rest of it, but I just want the center line done first for no good reason. Notably, part of it's going to also get removed and changed anyways, whenever we split off into multiple directions. I don't know what to do with this. That doesn't go anywhere, so, you know. Sure I didn't miss any of it. And here we go again! All the way back! Huzzah! Not a lot has been happening here, by the way. Like, things have been peaceful enough that there's nothing to talk about that... Well, there has been some stuff, but it's stuff that I don't know if I want to talk about because it could lead somebody to where somebody lives, which is a problem and thus cannot be talked about. That's one of the problems with living in small areas, by the way, is that if something is interesting enough, you can't talk about it on the internet, otherwise people are going to find out about it. But, suffice to say, shit went down somewhere in a way that was like real life, oh fuck moment. And I really wish it was something I was able to talk about because of how interesting, like, it made that day. Specifically, Well, not to someone I know, but near someone I know. And basically, oh boy, that was fun to get to hear about. And the, wow, that's not fun at all kind of way. I know, cryptic, but safety matters. Always be safe. Is this just gonna naturally be over the side of that? I guess so. Wow. That is a 1, isn't it? Is it? Is it just like in the wrong spot? It is. Okay. I was confused there for a second, but hey. Oh, I guess there is one thing I should say out loud to whoever may be present. Anybody who DMs me is going to quickly find out that I'm very much not the kind of person to reply, ever. If at all, which is a habit I need to, like, partially break, but not fully break. Because there's legitimate reasons why somebody might actually attempt to talk to me now, other than attempting to scam me somehow. That's gonna take a while for my brain to actually properly, like, realize. Which is unfortunate. But I'm still very just like, I don't understand why people would DM me at all anything. Not directly related to a situation that's happened recently. More related to a, man, I was thinking about my mindset on a couple of things, and it's like, oh yeah. That might be something I need to reevaluate a little bit. Although, realistically, if anybody wants to get into any sort of contact with me, it's probably better to join the Discord. Specifically for, like, any fan thing, really. Although it's... basically, this is a long way of saying, man, I don't like people DMing me out of nowhere who I don't know who are. Because, oh boy, years have taught me that the only people who do that are trying to scam me, which is no longer true because I'm a VTuber. And there's legitimate reasons somebody might attempt to talk to me, so I just have to, like, figure those situations out a little bit better. Although it's still a situation of, if I ever receive a message that's like, hey, do you want, like, thing I have art? And it's like, that's a pretty good way of getting blocked instantly. Sorry, my brain started thinking about logistical stuff that doesn't, like, matter right now. Whenever I say logistical stuff, it was literally, I need to eventually, like, figure out some sort of fan name so that I can, like, create some tags for to direct people to. Like, a proper contact situation. Wow, brain doesn't even know how to, like, formulate the terms for that. Okay. That's how bad it is. I'm an awkward motherfucker, aren't I? Oh well. Okay, here we go again. Up. That is the wrong item. I love putting stairs. I love walkable roadways. I love infrastructure that makes sense and doesn't have like a single sidewalk in the middle of one road that doesn't even go all the way to the end. No, I'm not saying this as like spiteful hatred towards my own town or anything. All I'm saying is, why the fuck did the town council waste money on that? No, the best part of me saying certain things? A lot of people can't tell whenever something I say is a joke or not. Something I've ran into a problem with before. I don't know if I've ever told this story on stream in the last 2 years. I don't know how long I've been doing this. Actually, don't know. I've not given much of a shit. So, at one point I was in a college. One of the many attempts at college on government-funded dimes. For something. I don't even remember what I was trying to get that time. And I was working on some sort of project. And the guy I was sitting next to working with goes, "Hey, could you pass me the scissors?" And I just say in the most deadpan voice, "No, I'm not allowed to have those anymore." He starts laughing. I start laughing. Then he goes, "Wait, are you serious?" And I just stare at him. That guy eventually stopped talking to me not that long after, so I'm pretty sure he believed that I was actually not allowed to have scissors anymore. And, I don't want to be mean to anyone, but, you probably should suspect that I'm not an incredibly serious person. I'd like to think that I'm incredibly sarcastic and say a lot of things that are supposed to be blatantly funny, or for at least the humor of it. But so many people in my life have failed the basic check of, "Hey, how dumb are you?" You think I'm serious? The answer ends up being yes, way too often. And anyways, reality is I'm not allowed to have scissors anymore because the reason he doesn't talk to me is because I stabbed him 37 times for insulting me in such a way. But hey, life goes on. Where's my architecture? Can these go on a slope? Nope. They do not, in fact, allow the slope. We've listened to this exact same song like 3 or 4 times now, haven't we? Should this be a crosswalk somewhere along here? Maybe like right here. Yeah. Realistically, no one will ever be driving on this road but me. So all of this is for my own benefit of, yeah, I like it being there. I'm gonna leave spots for people to drive off to enjoy. Why am I like this? I often have to ask myself, what led me to the situation that I'm currently in? And then I have to remember every event in my life leading up to that point, and eventually I just give up before I finally get to the point that actually makes sense. Like, sure, maybe that one day 300 years ago led up to the situation I find myself in like a actual like cause and effect manner, but I don't actually believe that's the case. Like, sure, occasionally you get somebody who swears like a blood oath of revenge against you, and then like eventually he shows up again like 563 days exact later to try to challenge you to a duel, and instead of dueling him, you just shoot him, and his kid then starts like saying he's going to like take revenge against you, and by the time you're done, there's like 13 generations of people dead, and you're not incredibly certain where you got to or how like it all began, and they certainly don't remember because they're all dead. And then eventually you're like sitting there and you go, oh yeah, it's because you stole the peanut butter from the cabinet that one time in 1973. God, I hate the French. Okay, we almost have the road barriers done. I don't know what I'm going to do about the stairs, unfortunately. Fly off the side of them and die, probably. I die a lot. I really should stop doing that. Eh. I'm literally building crosswalks so I don't have to jump over the side of these. I don't even know if that's ever going to be useful or if I ever actually use them, but they're there. I've been liking a lot of Toho art on Twitter, and I've found some bizarre Toho rabbit holes in terms of like art. Like, Twitter showed me some sort of weird like fanfic thing that I immediately put on my ignore list entirely because I'm like, oh, it's one of those things. So apparently there's something called like an infection AU where it's just like zombies or some shit, and I was just like, oh, this is stupid and I don't like it, and I blocked it immediately. I'm sure that's insulting to whoever's doing it, but man, that stuff just always comes off as dumb to me in a certain way, where it's like, even if it's good, I go, man, why don't you just actually make something original at that point? And anything else, it's like, man, this reminds me way too much of like egocentric psychopaths on like the early internet who made odd things and then actively attacked people for like random nonsense. I don't like people if that's not obvious. People disgust me on so many levels. Especially the ones who are in defeat. What is wrong with you? Out of all the body parts, why the part that you throw away? I almost forgot the road barrier's right here. Ooh, yeah. I'm gonna die after saying that. That dealt psychic damage to me, and now life isn't worth living. That's a joke, by the way. That is incredibly a joke. If any censorship psychos are watching, it's a joke. Especially you, censorship AI psycho. You know what I'm gonna do with all the AI I get a hold of? I'm gonna make you write fucking recipes. And not even good recipes. I'm gonna make you come up with recipes that don't even make sense. And I hope you cry. I hope you all cry. Because it's okay to cry sometimes. Sometimes you really just need to feel better about life. It's okay. Remember, no matter how much society hates you for being a man, your mental health matters. Better not cry in front of me, though. I don't know. I'll actively attack you for it. I'm not a stable individual, am I? I just had a random thought. Can I? Damn. But can I? Damn. How about a damn? Double? No. I can put these over the top of these, though. How does that look? You know what? That actually looks kind of neat, but I'm not going to use it here. Right in front of me, I'm going to make fun of you. Just saying. I'm a violent person. No, you're not. Shut up. Okay, how much more of this do I have until it's done? Just this section here, I think. Okay. Fair enough. Beep, 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 beep. 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 Okay. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I might not. May take that day to work on a couple of other things. There's something I'd like to get done for this month in particular to put out on the music channel, just so it's done with. Otherwise, it's just like, yeah, that's gonna sit there a little too long. I'm not gonna like that. Okay. I hope that's not clipping there. That would actively irritate me. Do I want to leave this way? Eh. Here's the problem with this, by the way. It's a small problem, but it pisses me off. Here, let me show you. Yeah, you can see the Z fighting already. All they really need to do is have it a little bit modular in its snapping, and that would fix it. Realistically, I don't know if they plan to even update this further, though. I really hope they do, because there's just like, at the very least, a couple of small things I want them to fix up. Now, what the fuck am I gonna do about this? That, I guess. Ah, ha ha, ha ha ha. Ah, This is like one of those situations where I need a very specialized part that I don't have at all. Like, this is not going to prevent a car from steering off onto this. That's a problem. Okay, I think I have a solution. It's not a good one, but it is a solution. And it's not formaldehyde for once. What kind of fucking joke is that, you idiot? Ugh. Does that work? Yes, that works. Okay. Then we just have to, like, put an extra thing here. This. Okay, that works. Cool. Not perfect, mind you, but it works. And that's really all that matters there. Is there anything I can actually put here that looks a little bit more sturdy? Not really. Well, whatever. It will do for now. Or I may not care after a while and it'll do forever. So, yeah. Okay. I don't like the lack of proper barriers for the sides of stairs, though. This would not actually stop anything. In fact, people would be prone to leaning on it and falling off of it and dying. Which is why we're going to leave it there and not care. Okay. Almost done with this. Obviously, there'll have to be like some structure built under the roads. But for now, I want to get the tops of them done. Like, look at that over there. That actually looks pretty decent. Not perfect, decent. The light on my vehicle is still on. I keep turning that off. I don't know why it keeps turning on, but hey, maybe not my problem now. Alright, that will have to do for corners. Even though I don't think it will work at all, it will have to do. Alright, cool. So the road has been expanded. We've got an extra power grid part done. Several things have been reworked. The power lines have been reworked. What else has gotten done? A little bit of research. Some other stuff was set up and ready for whenever we can use it. We didn't get a lot done, unfortunately. Kind of got stopped by a couple of things that I thought I was actually going to be able to do, but nope. All right, you hand me your plates. 150 something. So getting around halfway done. So we're making like 150-ish of those in an hour, I think, or half an hour, I think. Not sure. Oh well. Here. All right. How many tickets have we earned? Probably not a lot, given I cut off a bunch of things that were being pumped into it. And really only one object has been running that actually generates anything consistently. Might as well throw that in there. Yeah, we turned off a lot, and I wasn't getting a lot of income of this anyways, so yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Eventually I'll need to redesign this section that has this, though. Moving the entire power generation system over somewhere else is also something I might plan to do. I'm just not sure where I'd want to put it, because the crater I want to keep where it is. Oh, I've been going 4 hours. Okay. I was like sitting here like, I feel like time has stopped meaning anything. How long have I been going? Oh, that long. Which, with a lot of things locked, I'm looking here. We can get those. I don't know why I'd want them. Not yet. Oh yeah, billboards. We could have billboards. Medical box, hazardous material box. Paint. Pathways. Dotted lines, solid lines. Arrow patterns, factory icon patterns. I should probably get that, just so I can, like, label buildings. Also, the billboards would be nice. I need to get these, mostly just so I have extra building supplies. Walls, not really anything. Architecture. Okay, there are those, but I don't see any curved frame pillars. Those would be fun to build with. Frame structures. Structure beams I need to get because I'll play with those. Already got all that. Roofs I don't have. I probably should get those. Let's see. Equipment includes just ammo and a coffee cup. Okay. That's all material I can get. If I really wanted to, I could buy the a black powder. Could I use that to research? Explosives, specifically? No, because I'd need plastic. I could research that with 50 of them and actually do some exploring and get the Caterium started. Do I want to use a single ticket on that? Man. Okay. I don't know, I'm tempted to probably say that things are good for today and just let this run while I goof off. I could, though, and get Caterium started. Eventually I'm going to go back to throwing a bunch of stuff in the shredder so I can unlock more. Ultimately, after the game is over, that will end up being what I kind of have to do with 90% of my materials, just to unlock some stuff for shits and giggles. What's the 100% achievements on this game, actually? I want to look. I'm wasting time, but I want to look. Hmm? Where is it? Where is it? Where's that damn thing? Where's this game on my list? There it is. Satisfactory. I have, by the looks of it, half the achievements almost. What do I not have? Obviously. Move faster than 140 kilometers. Complete phase 2 of the space elevator. Build your first manufacturer. Avoid touching the ground for 30 minutes. Phase 3, build 5 kilometers of pipe. Set up a train schedule. Tame a lizard dog. Get knocked over by a vehicle. Build 5k of railway. You also have to remember a lot of this game I played before achievements. Phase 4, reach the maximum world height. Phase 5, gather 50 Sumer sloops, 150 Mercer spheres. Unlock all milestones, complete all MAM research, gather 100 hard drives, buy the golden nut statue, and 4 hidden achievements. Okay. If none of it's time-based, then I probably could get 100% in this, just it would take me a while. And not gonna lie, half kind of wanting to. Just because I like the game. Yeah, let's climb to the top of this and just look at the factory. What we've gotten done. I honestly may use that ticket to buy the black powder that I'll need, though. Just out of necessity. Because I want to get that Keterium done without having to do a bunch of other researches first to get oil. Especially because I'll want to build a road over to where the oil is. Man, look at the size of that road. Okay. Well, let's see here. Okay. Sorry, stretching, but yeah. Alright. I think we're good. It's been a decent time, and I need to actually probably get up and do some cleaning. Also, I probably should go to the store today for food reasons. And also to get a new water purifier filter. And food. Water. Food and water. I need to eat and drink something. Anyways. Thank you all for being here. Hope you had a good time. Hope to see you next time. Having a wonderful time of day. Remember to do human things to survive. Bye-bye.